Good afternoon. Let's see where we are today. It's Friday afternoon in Toronto. Nice weather, not so bad. Let's see how we can fix our tomato plant today, where we left off yesterday. Let's turn it on. So let me check the stream title. We are still more or less exporting Blender models to Godot. Yep, we are making them much more efficient where we are. I believe number 12 was the lucky number yesterday. Indeed, it is. And we see this stalk selected, stem. We did fix the flower part. So we will reuse this as a reference to move around, copy, that kind of thing. We were also looking into a way to copy location and rotation information. Because the origin points for some of these things are way off. So that is essentially a summary of the work that was done yesterday. And today we'll try to replace these assets with the copy of this flowering stem number 12. If I recall, this one had another branching off. I deleted that. Anyway, we will have the freedom to create many more. May even have a few here, so let's see. Let's see. Okay. I think the last thing I did was the pivot point for this here. So we could freely around z-axis. For the leaves, we will take over the fixed version from the base, which was the main topic yesterday. So we will take this and put it into another collection. Because these guys, thickness, and we really don't need this much work or detail. Because we'll never look under, don't need to see the thickness, that sort of thing. The camera angle will always be like this, so you won't notice the thickness anyway. So that's going to be as well. Just wrapping my head around work and then figuring out the next step. Yeah, I think what we can do is this. Instead of let's just try it once, and I think it will fail, and then we'll go with the way that I'm thinking. Said it yet? How about we this? Take this object, we duplicate it. It's arbitrarily move. Did not come with this flower part. That's okay because I'm testing something. Let's select this guy. Do Control C to turn on this. We'll do the rotation. See, the location is way up. So I think the trick was to fix the rotation and scale information and do the selection. Do this and rotation. It's still way off. fix your rotation and scale. And this one, let's fix this one too. And it's going to say, I have no idea. Parent is, this object is sort of a loose one. Oh, this was about the parenting, right? Do Alt P, clear and keep transformation. Now with this, we select this guy, copy, rotation, still off. Okay, so we are basically going with the plan I have in mind. We know there will be smaller branches here and there. None of this matters. Okay, this is the one and only good stem. Nothing else matters. Go, go, go. Now with this, what is this? Some loose geometry there. It's interesting. Okay, so you guys go away. Let's save the file for sure. And from here, we'll start fixing things, populating. I don't think tomato plant will start growing its fruit from the main stem. I think this should belong to one of these shoots. So let's get some visual references. Yeah, let's see. Sorry, I was just texting mom. He's showing me a picture of a dish she just made, and it's full of tomatoes. It's kind of very good timing. Okay, this might be a good one. So we have the main stalk, and then this branching out, and at some point this actually had flowers. The whole idea. Yep, main branch going down. It's hard to see, but branch and then shoots. That's about it. So you should actually move here. See, this is going to be the most difficult part for me because my Blender knowledge might be limited for doing this work faster. Now, what we can do theoretically is sort of like pick a, I think maybe I can do it. Let's say right click, set origin. What was that shortcut for shift click, control click, shift right click? That's it. So that's where the cursor is. So we want this thing to be snapped. Shift S. We want this selection to go to selection to cursor. Okay, so we'll just set origin point. And as long as the not this one, Shift S, and this, yeah, as long as the cursor is actually somewhere okay, this is gonna be fine. Okay, so we should have a few more of these things. And I also think when the flowers turn into the fruits, some of these leaves will drop off. So maybe we'll fix that in the next phase. Because that's the whole point of having plants tend to have fewer green parts when they are flowering and they are giving fruit. If they can't go into fruition, then they stay green, therefore more leaves. So we'll have a bit of realism there. So let's duplicate this. This is where we have the hierarchy problem. Because when we select this and move it, it's okay. But when we duplicate it, we are essentially duplicating just the base. So we gotta figure out how to select this hierarchy. Is there a shortcut for this? Undocumented operator. Edit preferences. Shortcuts. Inputs, most likely. No. Key map. What is the key we are looking for? Hierarchy. We will be in object mode, select hierarchy. Ah, it's either the bracket sign or the shift bracket sign. Let's try brackets. This one, brackets. Unfortunately, it actually picked the top one. If I select this one, it's going to pick this. But if I duplicate it, I bet, yeah. So this shift brackets, select hierarchy direction parents. Okay, so I guess I'll do this, then this. It's still 2 clicks though. Mind you, I will either click and select the whole thing, or I'll click this one and then select the parent. Extend the existing selection. What if we have this? Okay, that's a one-off thing anyway. We have the other closing square brackets. Let's try that. What if we choose this one, which selects the children. So then shift this is going to select both. Okay. Can we make this a better shortcut? So this is the key, this is the result. I think I'll use my mouse. Shift left mouse. No. Press any key. Button for mouse. Done. Now when I do this, awesome. Awesome. Okay, we'll now move a lot faster. Let's duplicate this bad boy here. Let's have another shoot off here, okay? So shift, right click. Yeah, it's more or less good. Now what we will do is shift S number 7, which is this. Ooh. The It has a parenting issue, man. I'm telling you. That's it. So when we do the copy, we also need to separate it from its parent. Keep the transformation, shift as this. Still screwed up. Selection to cursor. This looks good. This looks eh. This okay. Some progress has been made. We are perhaps stuck here. Okay, let's duplicate it. Move it here. We should do Alt P, clear, and keep transformation, because if we do this, it's gonna go in weird directions. That is because both of them have a bit of problem here, right? I don't think any one of these is going to do. Yeah, it's going to be the same problem. I actually see a different. Let's rotate this thing. Just a sec. Okay, launch in an hour. The call has been given. This is roughly rotated. Can we now do Shift S? Oh, wrong screens. Okay, hit the wrong shortcut in the stream. Funny, now it worked. Rotation. This should rotate this around Y. And rotate it around Z. And maybe a bit of X like this. Okay. It's close enough. Close enough. Let's take it down a bit. And let's take it a little bit out. Okay, that's good enough. Here's another flowery bit. Okay. Select the children, duplicate it, just move it somewhere. Alt P, clear and keep transformation, good. But okay, now I'm mad because why is this disconnected? This should be the child of this. Not gonna happen like that. And I don't think that's going to happen because this is the control P parenting. Set parent to object this. Okay, we just had to reparent that. I think this is what I'm going to do. That is a bit bizarre. Okay, this works. Copy from the original. Arbitrarily move, Alt P, do this. See, it's still separating it. And that kind of breaks the connection there. That's not. Alt D, do it. Alt P, just clear parent and then everything goes crazy. Okay, we know that. Clear parent inverse. What does it do? Reset the transform corrections applied to the parenting relation. Does not remove parenting itself. Clear the object's parenting. It resets the transform corrections applied to the parenting relation. Very English. Do it. Stick it right. Let's do zoom in. Yep. Fix it right in the center of it. Undo. Zoom in. I don't get it. Why? How come copying from here had no problem with this instance? Now we are copying from here and we break the parent relationship, and all of a sudden this is now separating itself. I don't get it. Because now I have to do an extra step to parenting, to parent it. Bizarre. Most bizarre. Shift click, set an origin point. Shift S to offset, and your offset is way wrong. Let's fix your transformations which won't work. And sometimes all of a sudden you start to snap to positions like that. Sure. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Just like life itself. Being a little bit philosophical here. But what can you do? What can you do? Just keep at it. That's good enough. This is sticking out. I think top view is more important than see anything sticking out from under. So of course that's not going to work. This Alt D. We'll do Alt D, rotation Z, something like this, RX this way, RY, and we'll move this a little bit. Anything but Z, like this. Let's look at the top view. No. Shift click, snap this guy, GZ. I think that's okay. Let's look at it from here. 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 I think we need maybe at least 4 more. We had 16, now we have 4. Yeah, definitely we should have at least 8. Then we'll maybe move on to the leaves, and maybe the top ones should be smaller, so then it'll show more of the flowers. Alt D, arbitrarily position it. Uh, Alt P this time, clear and keep transformation. Let's stick one here. No, wrong thing. Damn it. Let's reparent this thing. To this, I clicked the wrong thing and I just messed up the order. Shift right click this. Shift S7. RX G, going. Okay. A little bit more and then we're in good shape. Done. Okay. Let's duplicate this. Keep it in place, RZ. Of course, when you duplicate it, the same common problem. Didn't come with the child. Duplicate it in place. RZ. This. Let's change the scale to 0.8. This one is maybe a little bit small. Why not? But most importantly, shift right click here, shift S to sit there, RZ this way. How does it look? Looks almost. This is more like it. GZ. Let's do a bit of rotation. This. More G to the side. I think this is done. Let's save. Okay. We'll focus on the top parts. Let's take this bad boy. Alt D, just arbitrarily move up here. Alt P, keep transformation. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm going to attach this to this branch. Then I'm going to rotate the branch facing this way. So to do that, I'm gonna have to shift right click here. I think I broke the parent relationship. I don't see any lines, so that's good. Shift S, number 7. Something happened. Yes, I did not break the relationship. Or it just sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Yeah, I did not parent this to this. From here, you do this. Kind of understanding what is happening. It's not making any sense workflow wise. It might have something to do with the fact that this structure is, I think it's messing up the data thing. The underlying mesh, this parenting and duplication is causing some problems there. Like that, perfect. Now this whole branch, okay, around Z. Ooh, well, I think we'll do it this way. Of course, it's rotating around. Let's see, shift, right click, rotate around here, rotate Z this way. Should rotate around cursor, I think. But the pivot point is basically set to a median point, so it's taking it this instead. It should take. It's good enough. I'll position it here. So we can actually have another shoot off here. Let's scale this 80%. And let's duplicate you with your children. Keep it here. Rotation Z. Z. Um, I think now it's turning around here. That is in point. RZ. Okay, much better. And I think I do it this way. Shift S 7 Z down GZ. Okay, I definitely messed up something here. GZ, there you go. And this one maybe is going to be another 90% scale. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's create 4 more. Smaller ones here and there too. Um, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm going to take this 3 leaves, move it down here. This side is looking a little bit so GZ like this, then RZ state, okay, something like this. Maybe this is too down, up here. It's, yeah, it's much more balanced. And maybe we'll have another branch of here. So it actually kind of covers this gap. In fact, let's do that right now. Because why not? Alt D, just arbitrarily move here. I don't care. Alt P. Actually, these are not parented anymore because these are my custom objects. Right? R, Z, Z, Z. Why are you rotating around? This is that same problem I keep. RZ. This is the child parent problem. You guys are thinking I'm making mean comments? You may be right, but that's your own sick-mindedness. I don't mean anything else. I'm just making silly comments, so. I'm joking, by the way. There's always an element of truth to every joke, so just think about it. Let's make this a bit small to like 80%. Beautiful. Awesome. That's a minor detail no one is gonna see. I don't care. Good enough. When you look from this kind of camera angle, graphic, or this, or this, or this, see, this looks rich. This looks interesting. Maybe we'll have a few here. If you have a few here, then it'll look balanced. And this is already looking great here. These two are great. So we'll have, yeah, this guy that we talked about. Let's do that part. Let's take you with your child, duplicate it, just put somewhere here. Then we have to parent you guys like this. Something happened there. See, because I think I successfully parented this one. That's why. Interesting. Shift right click to find this spot. Shift S7 down. I think that may be a perfect match. Who knows? Close enough. Close enough indeed. GZ. GZ down. Let's make you 90%. Your angle is a bit too similar to this. This is looking a lot better. DZ and anything but Z. Good, good, good. So already the number of vertices 3400. Checking my, yeah, we are half the number of vertices, and I think that's gonna go down. I think less than 2000, I bet, because we are still going to do the work for the leaves. Let's look at the balance again. The graphic is good enough. This is looking better. We need something here. This looks great. This looks good too. This looks great too, actually. One or two things here and we might be done. Let's look at tomato plants again. So the top leaves are kind of green. The bottom parts will have the fruit because it's about the weight distribution too. Like this. Of course, the situation is a bit different with cherry tomatoes. There's support. Yeah, the top parts will have less going on. So in a sense, this is okay, but I think this is just sticking out too much, perhaps. So what we can do there is edit, take all this part and move down. If I move you down, are you gonna come with? Yeah, that will all have to change anyway. Shift right click, Shift S, this. Oops, here. Shift S, this. Bit more correction. Let's also make you S easier to handle. I think this is a better look. Good. Uh, let's just arbitrary the position. You're gonna change it. I think your origin point is way off, sir. Your pivot is way off. Pivots. Yeah, that's all gonna change anyway. Undo, save. That's yeah. Look at the pivots. It's here. So how many of these guys we have? Flower. Flower number 8. Flower number 10. I think I've done this with only 10 flowers. 3 I see there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. So instead of 16, we now have 10 flowers. As long as usually it looks okay. Yeah, there's always something to look at. So that's the whole goal here. Now let's move on to the leaves. I think I will have to do that reparenting here too, or breaking the parent connection, because I'm bringing an object from a different collection into this collection. It will probably keep the parenting from the previous collection. We would not want that. So here's our leaf, which is that's misleading. I should not be looking under that. Why is this even on? Okay, this one. Our good old leaf. I think you should also be loose. Okay, good. You are not under the stem. So I will duplicate you. You don't have a parent. So what I'll do, will move you under this collection. So essentially we are moving you from here to here. Should hide you. We copied 007, ironically. 007 is the good leaf. Good leaf. It's the one. See, the difference is this between this leaf that we fixed yesterday. Rendering wise, they don't look much. Of course, let's move this out of the shadow of the other one. From the top view, they will look pretty much the same. But this one has thickness, as you can see here. And we will never get this close to the leaf. There will always be this kind of top view. So this is good enough. Rotation values are close enough. It's not perfect, but it gives you the same kind of render view anyway. About the camera angle at some point. There's a bit of size information here that we will have to fix for the bottom leaves. That's all fine. So what we need to do right now is we will delete this. We will do shift right click to select the tip somewhere there. Shift S to move it. Here's a leaf. Let's make you bigger, like 20% bigger. We could also rotate you a bit. Okay. I think I should be deleting every single leaf. Just like we did it with the stuff. And then we'll just distribute the copy to the extremities. So this is 83 vertices. I think if we had to improve this is vertex wise, maybe this vertex is not needed. Just one. This may as well just it's the same angle to this one. So we can just merge these two last or not. First. Center. Just want to get rid of this thing. Yeah, I think what I'm trying to do here is this. I'm trying to merge this one to this one. Last. And I'm trying to merge this one with this one as last. Done. That's what I'm trying to do. And similarly, this one is, these two can be merged to last. This is actually okay. This is okay. Bit of surface variation. Because when you keep every detail here the same angle, then the eye will catch repetition. So I think this is. So I think we have just saved ourselves 3 more vertices times the number of leaves. All right. This is just fine. Awesome. Because this is a duplicate, it actually fixed everything in scene 2. You can actually see changes reflected here too. This is what I was talking about, the repetition and such. Okay, now we have to distribute this to their proper places. I think I hit the wrong button somewhere. Shift S, this, there. Rotate Z. Perfect. You may be the same size, that's good enough. Alt D, move it here somewhere. Yes. I mean, Shift right click, Shift S, rotate Z. That looks decent enough. Maybe we can rotate it around, maybe anything but Z. This, but then rotate X, Y. And move it a little bit this way. Awesome. Duplicate yourself, put yourself here. Let's resize you 0.9. Shift right click, Shift S, number 7, rotation Z. It's just fine by me. Alt D, move yourself here, Shift S, Shift right click, Shift S, RZ, RZ, zoom in, GZ, good too. What I'm gonna do, I'm going to rotate this a little bit this way. Let's see if we can actually pull that off. Your origin point sucks. Your origin point is here. I don't know why. Can we rotate this around the cursor, around the 3D cursor? Let's put the 3D cursor here. Rotate that. Good enough. Good enough. And shift this Shift that. No. I think that's almost perfect. Z is not correct. Probably shouldn't be that close to the edge. It's fine. There's now more spreading out here. It's going to be covered with the top leaves anyway. But from this view, it's Alt D, move yourself arbitrarily. Shift right click, click, Shift S, this. Rotate Z, down. Rotate Z, Z up, E, Z, S. Good. S.9, done. Alt D, move it here. Shift S to snap. RZ. I think we need to move it a little bit more freely, maybe in X, no, Y. A little bit this way, a little bit on X. This. And maybe R, Z. Let's move you up a bit. Maybe anything but Z. Should also be a little bit higher, sir. And let's give you some variation too. Should be 90%. The leaves should be getting smaller and smaller. And because there's something better to look at, I'm going to make you even 80%. Ooh, you're... I see. Okay, let's reposition you. Oh, the transformation is happening around the cursor. That's why it happened. Okay. I think that's looking fine. So, yeah, I think we'll go for under 2000. Going to be brilliant. We'll cut as many corners or vertices as possible. And maybe one day I'll discover how to do this work with Houdini. Today is not that day. Today, not that day, unfortunately. But that day will come. I think that looks like a perfect snap. That may not be a perfect snap. Almost is. Let's make you 90% less. RZ this. RZ a bit more. GZ a bit up. More RZ. So the direction is actually followed through. Making sure I'm not missing any branches. This one is connected to. I think we are looking good here. Maybe your could be small. Alt D somewhere here. Shift right click. Shift S. This RZ. RX. This. More. GZ. Something is looking a little bit awkward there. Maybe not. Maybe not. I was looking from under, so it's as if it's sort of. First of all, you're big. Second of all, you should be a bit flatter. So it's going to be RX. Yeah. Let's do. Okay, perfect. I think we could do this one here too. RZ. This. We need to fix the rotation though. Direction is off. Coming from here. RX. That might be it. That's it. You know, I think this is just too long. Um, edit mode. Can I move this along its normals? It's local. We are trying to move this on its. How do we see that? I think it was this. This no. This. So when I move it this way, yeah, there you go. Now I have to snap this here. Because the angle was more or less corrected actually. Spots. Good, good. I think 15 minutes to lunch. Let's see if we can finish all the branches. Whether we finish it or not, I eat some. I'm going to earn it. Move you up in X, sort of, and we should also rotate it around your Y. Ooh, more like this, okay. RZ, it's more like. Let's make you 80%. Alt D position. Shift S, this, RZ. Let's bow you a bit. The other way around. This way. GZ down. I think it's easier to rotate from here to here, so Alt D this, arbitrarily rotate it like this. Shift right click, Shift S, number 7. Bit more. Let's move you up a bit. Let's be beautiful leaf. Maybe I'll stick one or two more flowers here. See, maybe this one deserves another one, right? Move you up, zoom in, let's save the file. Right click. Ooh, I did something. What did I do? RY, RX, BZ. I think that is done. Let's size you 90%. This is definitely gonna need to be rotated. Shift S to, that might be done too. Zoom in to see the sticking out. RX, no, 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 no. What's happening? RX, maybe Y? Y, okay. Should be smaller. And maybe this way. And I think you are sticking out too much. So I don't think we need this many C's to be. Um, I actually found a bit more room for improvement there. Let's first do this. The tip has to be gone. Cut those vertices. Then you should merge in the center. That's it, because we are never going to see this. Now you got short. This, Shift S to snap. That's done. The only problem though, I think I was a bit overzealous. Because they kind of go a little bit too far out here to merge this way maybe. Okay, that's a bit more delicate transition. Fine. I think the other improvement I was mentioning was this. This sticking out part, this can certainly extend here, or like these parts should be deleted. It's not going to make much difference. So I'm going to delete these vertices. And how can I do this? What's the right way of doing it instead of clicking 6 times? Basically, I'm trying to merge this to this point and this to this point. Or I'm essentially trying, I'm cutting these vertices, I'm moving them in. That's it. I kind of have to do this for other stems as well. Okay, did we miss any branch, any loose branch without any leaf at its tip? I don't see any. Let's look at our camera angles. Let's move the cursor here. Looks good. Gives a sense of growth that younger, smaller leaves at top, bigger leaves at the bottom. Same idea. Same idea. This is where I think I was saying I need something there. This is beautiful. Five more minutes. Let's push it. This area is junky. I think this is where we need another one of these. Do this, duplicate it, move it here. Shift right click here, select G. Okay, I'm just seeing if I actually understood the child relationship. Just be the most beautiful thing ever there. Awesome. Let's do the rotation X, rotation Y. Let's look at it from this angle again. This. I think I should return this a bit more. Not return, rotate. RZ. Okay. Yeah. So instead of looking empty, it's there. This is okay too. This is okay too, I think. A lot to look at. That's okay. I think you need to be a bit smaller, sir. 90% more delicate. I think after all, I'm still gonna go with 12, 12 flowers because I was able to get it done in 10, but we added one more to give a bit more visual feel. I think we might have to add one more. It wouldn't actually matter much. I think I'm going to take this branch down. Would actually declutter this area, give a bit more balance here. I think I also noticed something here. This doesn't look quite much better. And all this, this guy, this guy. Let's move all of you down, maybe this guy. Of course, because everything is loose now. GZ, a little bit down. Let's look at it here. Yep. I think we might be done. So I made a few more details here and there, but I think the best thing here so far is this. Well, first of all, launch in 2 minutes. That's the best part. But the flowering model had 6,856 vertices, and now we have 827. For all the nerds out there, so we have got rid of 88% of it. We can do the same work with 12% vertices, the number of vertices. Yeah, let me know what you think about this. I think it looks okay from different angles. From this phase, we'll move forward to this phase. This has close to 10,000 vertices, and I think I'll try to get this under 2,000. Because if we actually gain, we always shave off like 80%, I think we could easily get this under 2,000. And then maybe we can add more of the fruit than the leaves. The leaves are just overkill. Like one leaf is already 166, and we have at least 20 here. So one third of this vertices is already leaves. So I'd rather show more fruit, which by itself is only 90. So it's like half the vertices of a leaf. We'll see. We'll see. So I think I'm going to pause the stream and re-enable it after the launch is finished. So see you soon. Okay, after a pretty long lunch break, I'm back. Let's go back to our tomato plant and tackle the next case. Let's see. So let's write down the unripe case. Unripe case, we have 9,600 vertices. Let's see how far down we can get that number to. Did I leave anything unfinished here? I don't think so. Camera angle, and when we move from this phase to this phase, of course, it's expected that it grows more. What's the main stem length? 70 centimeters. That will be fine. Ooh, I think this is what I forgot. I found I thought I could actually make more changes to, like, per branch. I think we could get rid of 6 more words, because when it's leaving the branch, this kind of detail from the camera angle we have, you're not going to see this band here. So whatever this is gonna go away. This will have to be pushed. And if anything, I should most likely move this. Do it this way. It's going to be much better. Move, then arbitrarily moving its vertices around. I think I should also be doing this here. Let's see. Because I think all these things are suffering from that. It actually makes sense that we create a object out of this too, but maybe I'll do this in the other phase. Let's stick with this for now. On this one, this is also another things. Let's cut you. Let's extend you. That's it. Yeah. Something like that. Sure. How about you, sir? Are suffering from the same problems. DY. This. Ooh. DZ. Up. But now I'm actually doing it in its normals. I think I need to do the S0 0 Y0 undo G. This is gonna work. Let's do S, shrink it a bit. This is gonna be okay. This is okay. We've done this. This is also okay. To be honest, yeah, I think we could keep this much detail. A bit of angling. We really need to do more performance gains. Maybe we'll cut these 6 vertices because there isn't much change going on. Get that later. We've already fixed all these, so this is also one of the problems. I'm going to try something else here. When I delete this, if I dissolve the vertices, it's going to then connect this one to this. See? In fact, it kind of does, but dissolve vertices, merge edges and faces. We dissolve edges. That's it. Okay. Because it looks like I'm selecting vertices here, but I'm also selecting the edges. So when the edges are dissolved, everything is gone, but this geometry exists. It actually keeps the path the same. So now I can happily apply this kind of change, such as this guy. Yeah, I understand it's actually getting thicker here, keeping it same thickness, but I don't care. You might have something. We actually did that. You might have going to be dissolved. You are going to be dissolved. It's all fine. Our own brand system. We'll probably have more of this. Act. See when I rotate all these ones. It's the music. This is that sharp point that I made. Was it? Let's see, this could all be pointy here. We'll fix that too. Because when you get to this point, especially for something you don't see, it should just be merged at the center. I bet how many of these things are. And if only all these things were duplicated from the same parents. Question and a quick answer. Is there any kind of variation between bit of curve here? Not that much. It's not going to be visible. We could dissolve these edges too. Done. That actually is okay. This is not okay. Okay, let's move on. Save. This, this M center done. We have much change going on. Bit of curve, negligible. Ooh, not center. Dissolve. And if this is too sharp, this is what we can also move them along I, Z, Z, S, E, Z, Z, something like this. I think that will be fine. I'm gonna cry over that. Let's move on to these bad boys. Done. This center. Done. This. It's not done. It's done. This center is done. Done. This is most likely not done. It is. This is done. This is also. Bottom is okay. Tip is not okay. This one. That is okay there, but the tip is okay, and this is also the tip is centered. All okay. It's a bit of geometry creeping in there. So GZ. Yeah, I changed in all the instances. Maybe that move, but okay. Let's rotate this around Z. Then move it a little bit. This. And this geometry is going to move Z in local space move. Something like this. S. That's it. I'm not touching anything else there. That's it. Let's look at, okay, see, we were in 800 something, 827. Now we are down to 674, which makes it 10%. So we have just shaved off another 2-3%. Friend of mine is writing on Facebook that it's exactly how you say it. Bunu yapan kör oldu. Doğru söylüyorsun. So, not sure if you are still watching, but I hope you are doing well. It's hard for me to switch between Turkish and English. Sometimes my family and friends are writing to me. Facebook. I'm doing multi-stream. Yeah, I miss you too, bro. So, how long ago each other? 14, 15 years. It's been a while. Yeah. Funny thing is, I think when we met, you were telling me stories from your days in the States, and let's say you were in North America, and now I live in North America, and you live in Turkey. Things change, hopefully for the better for all of us. I think I'm going to leave this plant. It's good enough. This one. Well, one thing has not changed. I still drink too much coffee. You can see. Okay, let's get going. These leaves will have to go away because we are going to bring the other reference. So select leaves. I'm going to select it in all collections. Can we filter collection? That's good, but only the collection I have expanded. Yeah, but this is for visibility, showing collection. This filter is running. What if we do this? Okay, that's the trick. So by disable the search, by excluding, I see. Now we are able to select all the leaves under unripe version. I zoom out. I don't see anything selected here, but it's filtered out. So what if I do right click, delete? It deleted only the first one that I right select, and it only selects that one. Let's see. So it finds them. When it comes to selecting them, it only selects the right click and pick. Can we do this? Do I still bend my wrist a couple of times every once in a while after holding the beloved mouse 20 fucking hours straight? Did I do that? I still bend my wrist. You mean like like this, thing like this. I don't remember what I used to do, but yeah, I still hold the beloved mouse way too many hours. I think most nights I catch myself. Yeah, most nights I catch myself in the bed, sort of like clenching my wrists as if I'm actually trying to hold something. Cannot release my fingers. Like I tend to grab something. I guess it's like a very bad habit. Yeah, this being the shape of the hand always, but always grabbing something. It's I think it's always going to be part of us, right? All this sitting down, computing for long hours. That I guess it's a new species, right? Like Homo sapiens and Homo computers, something like that. Let's see. Can we select like okay, if this is all filtered, we do this, of course it's gonna select it. It's just a new collection. This is what we see. Selection, sync outline. Okay, what if kind of no, we can do this. Shift. We do that with the unfiltered. First, when you do this, everything will be on because everything that is here is already on. Kind of beats me really. Selectable. Time to Google. Blender. Outliner. If I type something as simple as select multiple, they are going to give me the most straightforward answer, which is going to piss me off. What is my case? Select only filtered. How to do filters select in selection, which is from 8 years ago. A lot has changed. Press A to highlight. This might still actually work. Select everything. What if it's actually context sensitive so that I press A, still selects everything. Select all and delete it. Okay. How do you show selected mesh? Funny thing is, no matter how carefully you word your problem, if people found a solution to this problem, but the problem has been worded so badly, you may not even come across it. Nevertheless, you can only try. Select all filters. Select all and delete search results. Sounds more like I have many objects which are duplicated, didn't notice. Okay. except deleting, only deletes the one selected. Lots of things in there. I can actually do a bounding box. Still too long here, but if I do B, I do this. Gotcha. How can we make this? Okay, since this is all under click, why? Okay, I think because it has to display, it's not collapsing it. What if we right click, select hierarchy, selects everything? Select is still going to do that. Yes, I'll go with bounding box, but then bounding selection, but I have to scroll possible either with this way or doesn't let me scroll. Plus, it also selects stems too. We don't want to remove the stems. I suppose all this time I could have manually removed them, but I want to get to the bottom of this. Maybe not today. However, I suspect this kind of thing I will need later anyway. One more, done. We should definitely have more of these guys here and there. First things first. I think now is the time to bring back our asset from the other collection because we have fixed these bottom parts and we have tips. Problem though, if I bring it, then I'll have to do a lot of repositioning. Patience and patience are a bitch. Let's see how many of these I think this and this guy, they are just too stacked up. This one should be rotated along Z. I think I'm still rotating in vertical axis. RZ, like this. I'll move this one this way and this one this way. RZ to RX to lower yourself. R. Okay. We'll break this down. Crowded. Also, this is not natural. Doesn't the fruit doesn't grow right off the stem, but I mean the main stalk. There are also stems too. This this is wrong. This should belong to something like this is wrong too. I think what we can do is this. Let's move this back. Let's move you down. Let's Let's right click, Shift S, because your location information is not this. Then where are you? And this happens. I don't quite get why this is. And it does, but then it's offset. Suppose, where is your origin point? Pivot point. Way down here. That's why that explains. Because see, when we do this, it actually, see, the pivot is wrong. What if we do this? So you can try to fix the pivot. I may have to do that because it seems all these other guys shape here. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. It's as if it's duplicate and just rotate it here. So if I fix this one, I think this is a good one that we can. Let's delete vertices. Perfect, because we don't want a face there. Ooh, I remember fixing something. Tips. Zoom in. Yeah, we merged these points. We actually made them center instead of tip. This is still good geometry, but the 2 points it's going. On these. Are done. I think I did one more over there, but let's rotate it. Selected only one. Merge on the camera here, but I fixed this one over here. This one is now the tricky part. This guy is the exact same copy of this guy. You look for a way to transform all of them with some copy work. Um, I'll just keep doing it manually. By the time I figure out how to copy the positions, Uh-uh. Too close, messed up with the selection. I think I did all of them in this petal. This petal is done too. On to the next petal. Indeed, there is no cure for the likes of us. You know, it's never too late to start learning. Yeah, really. So how is it working out for you? SolidWorks making progress or like just trying your way and then being frustrated versus following tutorials. I think my brother used to use SolidWorks, uh, CNC machines. Yeah, I think I just the other end, but this corner is not. Could be that I hit the button, but then I didn't selection there. So developing high-end loudspeaker housing split. Cool. And loudspeaker housing. Yeah. So okay. So you are designing the shape of it, and is it like a 3D printer project, maybe, or other material, maybe? Bring the specifications to. I don't know how that whole thing works. Like, are they even using wood now, like carpentry skills needed, or is it like plastic molding? I have no idea how those things work. I hear a lot of people use SolidWorks for fine detail engineering things. Let's see here. Let's I'll try to keep an eye on right side. I see the chat moving up. Hope I won't miss your. I think we could improve this part too. Question though here: high tech polymers and elements for preparing cam ready parts through machining. I see. And I think by cam you mean I'm guessing it stands for computer aided machining. So yeah, it's essentially a CNC. It sounds like, or maybe a little bit less sophisticated thing. Yeah, but it's a decent solution, right? You prepare something and you know with confidence that it's going to come out the way you designed it. So it's great, really. But actually, we could now do these things at home, all the printer stuff, or you could take it to a manufacturer. I think I've also heard of was it Autodesk? Was it Fusion or what was it? I think it started with I, letter I. Inventor, Autodesk. Yeah, I think I gave this guy a try too. But I think this is really complex. Like you kind of you could do electrical wiring and all the other constraints. It actually figures things out for you. For something like your case, you are trying to design boxes. This may be a little bit overkill. Yeah, I think yeah, Fusion 360. I'm not sure if that's an Autodesk thing, but I think I heard of the name. Yeah, Inventor is the one I definitely remember. Or maybe Autodesk being Autodesk, if they yeah, I think they also purchased Fusion 3 likely. Now everything is Autodesk. Nope, nope, nope. PCB software. CAD, CAM, the direct compute. Why Vision 360? Why indeed? Yeah, it's just nice to look at things like this. But I will go back dabbling in Blender. So I think for the time being, I'm going to assume that this tomato plant or the fruit itself, this seems like it's a what was the name? Shift A icosphere. I think we can always create another icosphere to represent the fruits when the player collects it. So from this view, I don't think we are ever going to see these top vertices. So I think beyond this line, we won't see any of or like proper selection. Let's go with edge selection. So or maybe face and then do Control plus to select. Okay. We delete. If we dissolve those edges, too much of it. So let's kind of kill this edge too. But you dissolve just the vertices this time. Same problem. Parameters like resonance, Young modulus, inertia, standing waves, modes, etc., etc. All can be simulated in SolidWorks. One stop shop for product developing for you. Yes, sounds like that. All those modules in it. So like it's a great product. Here's a challenge for you. Uh, with the beautiful internet you guys have in that country, why don't you start a YouTube channel and start showing your SolidWorks work? Maybe I'll hit your stream, that kind of thing. Because if I remember, like you have a great deal of expertise in the product you are designing, so you must know. Uh, I'm guessing like if the shape matters in that kind of design, how deep the box has to be. It's not just using the program, but making some product design choices as well. I think that those might be important points besides just learning or displaying the program. Just as an extension to your hobby or a project. So, okay, it makes sense. When we dissolve this edge, so what is it going to do? Just leave this here? Of course it doesn't. So then it gets rid of this too. So it's as if just need to do Alt, click, Shift, maybe then Control. Okay, double click. Sorry. What was it? Alt, double click. Trying to select the edge. There was a short. I think I hit a really difficult shift. Kind of remember, but if only I can remember. It's edge loop. Like what was it? Selecting all the edges there. Oh boy. Was something double alt click? Okay, alt click. Alt click this with shift. Done. Now we are trying to select in between. You know what? Actually started okay here. Then I'm going to do Control Shift Alt for this edge selection. Trying to remove it. Yes. Definitely missing. Okay. Select the face. This face. Selection. We are trying to remove these edges from the selection. Control Shift. How about Shift Alt this? Perfect. Yes, I've been clicking the wrong thing. So we now have this top part and then edges extending from it. Select it. When you do dissolve edges. Perfect. Now we just have the top of the dome cut off. Awesome. Let's do this for this. Let's start with this face selection. Select this. Control plus to select that. Go back into selection. Shift Alt this. Go edges. Down. Sky. Select the top in face selection mode. Control plus. Edge dissolve. Done. I believe we have fixed the tips for the petals. We have fixed the fruit top dome part. Bottom is never going to be visible. We could even get rid of this, but it's not going to do much because oh, that's just in the backside. Okay, so there is no face here, but because it's still going to calculate the vertices anyway, so that's fine. We are not going to gain much. It's fine. I think we may have fixed everything here. One last, of course not. There's always something else. I think the way we handled this is the fact that when we dissolve the edges, it was connecting to the previous and the next C's. That's fine. So these 6 will also go next here. That's good. Good to me. Save. Good. Maybe do something like, let's say, these 3 objects select. This is altogether 606 vertices versus this pile. Did this 606. This is 820. It's like 25% off. It's a big gain. 25% off here, 5% off there. We'll get this. Get this to the finish line. Okay, so this is gonna go away then, because now we are going to create our own duplicate instances. So going to be practically nothing left. See your comment. um, yeah. So you want something done right, do it yourself. Yeah. So and your last comment, the last sentence in your whole comment. What was that? I'm trying to remember the guy's name. You know, he was a bit controversial, the director, American guy. Say Ellen? Not uh it'll just come to my mind. Or like here when I see it. Radio guy. Well, I'll say something stupid. I'll say maybe not the radio guy, but he was a movie director and Andy something. I'm just gonna say like okay, I can't remember. Anyway, this is what he said. You know, he was comparing the game Bridge to sex. That when you can't trust your partner, you gotta trust your hand. Kind of goes along with your comment. Can't remember the guy's name though. Life of me. Now I'm obsessed about it. I gotta find it. Just can't remember. Anyway, I'll probably think about it today, and then I'm sure when I go to bed, I'll remember it, and it's impossible to find the right medium to say it. Let's break the parenthood here, the parent relationship. My answer is Elizabeth and Eleanor. That joke actually makes much more sense in Turkish for because the first two letters of those two names it means hand Turkish. So hence the joke that with those names you kind of like you're relying on your hand. Kind of. Okay, this stream is kind of going in a weird direction. So let's stick the reference point here, the pivot point. Uh, the goofiness, right? I think Shift S is going to bring the cursor to active. You bring the cursor to because active meaning it actually brought it to this pivot, but not necessarily Shift S cursor to selected. Okay, now you are there. Now this object can also insert there. Now correct. Let's break the relationship parent by keeping the trans. Now if we move this thing around, just fine. Rotating is fine. There is still some relationship here, kinda, because hmm, all these things. The pivot is maybe I'll set the pivot for these offshoots. Let's see if there's actually any face here. Select the face. Let's delete that face. All faces. Let's shift to selected out object cursor. I is selected. Dissolve it. Did it really delete it? I think this deleted it. Let's do this here. Face. We're not unwrapping, so deleting that face didn't change anything in C spots. Out object. Set origin to the 3D cursor. We are done. This one's origin is here. This one's origin is here. This one is actually. Now, as you can also see from the dotted lines, we are in good shape. I'm not going to worry about the origin for these. They will just be at the top of the sphere. I don't think we'll ever rotate them. We'll just rotate the whole stem here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you joined the stream. I'm glad to receive audience. Definitely. I'm streaming on 3 different platforms right now, so sometimes I get people from Facebook, sometimes YouTube. So hopefully all this audience will come and play the video game I'm making. So, but I'm glad you joined the stream really. So what else can we do? Time for some chocolate. So if you remember those days, we used to eat a lot of what was it, Milka chocolate? Those round little guys, chocolate covered almond or something else. We used to go through a few bags a day. Or actually, even worse, it was raisin covered with chocolate. Like raisins were not sweet enough. Just, yeah, cover them in chocolate instead. And I think my favorite was the hazelnut covered, chocolate covered hazelnuts were my favorite. Oh, we just left one of these guys here. Hi. This looks like a sad. I think the best part is if I can pull this off, I may just duplicate this one. This one. See the trees? Well, the shape is a bit different, but I can always pull it around, right? Yeah, I wasn't so thin still, though, but yeah, I'm really overweight, right? Lack of exercise, plus COVID, plus North American food, but it's just mainly being lazy. I don't think I've ever been skin and bones. I mean, in comparison, perhaps right now. I think my advantage was that I was well, a tall enough guy that I was able to hide my. Because when people heard my weight, like the number seemed way high than like way higher than they actually perceived. You were joking off. Let the facts be known. Actually, my cousin and I were sometimes, yeah, doing extravagant. I don't know if you came across one of our eating frenzies, but yeah, I think I'm going to bring one of those good leaves from the other place, from the happy place. We duplicate this location somewhere here. Then thing. But this is that. This is going to be selected only to be. I think I'm going to use that add-on. Move this into unripe. I think we do that by so Immigrants, man, you were never out of. All right. Yeah, out of frustration and but one good thing happened or has happened since then. No more smoking. That's the best thing I did. Actually, cut this object. Yeah, it's about moving it, right? Move. This isn't exactly moving it. This is um selected the unripe one. What if we click this? Set object collection. Move object to collection. That's it. Done. Yeah, okay. So whichever one is highlighted is this guy's collection. It's gonna be here. This is good. Good. Now we brought the leaf to the proper collection. You remember us having shitloads of some particular type junk food. What was it? Well, it was definitely that. I don't think it ever actually stayed long enough to be stored in the cupboards, but like that Milka chuck thing. Oh, I think you remember this. I think we were buying that in cases. Some kind of cracker or some diet shit, some kind of flatbread or shortbread was probably itty. Oh, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, wholesale, like what was it, Alton Bashak? And actually, we used to call it plywood because this thing was so dry. If you didn't have any liquid in your mouth, and if you put a whole like layer of it, would feel like as if you were eating plywood. And I bet if I actually type the name, people, yeah, this is it. I think this is the one you remember. You're watching the screen. I think I just pulled it up. Yeah, Sunta, also known as plywood in English. This thing was tasty, but like I said, was so dry. Yeah, the thing is, I think this was the product itself. It wasn't the brand. Yeah, the brand is different. Yeah, I think this means in English like golden wheat, as you can actually see. Anyway, this was, I think, what you. And another brand had a similar product. I think that was from, yeah, Etiform. This is the one. This had a bit more flavor because this came with some sweetener in it. They even actually wrote here plywood with lemon flavor. You can, they quickly caught on to, wait a minute, this might be some joke actually. I don't think they are selling this officially. No. This is a fake picture. Never mind. I never said that. I don't think the company would be stupid enough to do it. Okay. You can tell from the website it's hosted on. Anyway, though, it was more or less a similar product with a bit different flavor. Nutritional values, if it has it. I think that's the one you are referring to. That we would actually stuff the cupboards with that. Let's fix those branches first. Stuff from the top. See, this hemisphere doesn't have anything. It's sad. Let's fix the sad. I will also do this. I think this is my chance to turn this into. I think I'll have two sets. One with three shoots, one with four. I think the base is always the same. Even these are the same, but scaled. Or actually has one more section here. Let's start with this guy here. Solve. And let's fix the tip. Um, I think your pivot here looks better. We can always make everything always better. There, much better. What's next? What's next? I think I'm going to copy this, put them here. See, all the pivot point is like basically wrong. It's all wrong. Who knows where the pivot point way over here. So okay. Um, Alt D yourself here. Shift right click here. Rotate Z. Z. Shift S. Snap to. You are most likely too long. Will move these things along its space. But when I do that, I'm actually original geometry too. This should not have been a hard duplicate. It should have been a dumb duplicate. Can we break that off? Can we do that? What if would unparenting do that? I don't think so. Right click. We already did a linked. We are trying to break that linked duplication value for the logic. Clear parent in. Oh, when I select this, it's selecting in the order. Nothing under modified. Relations. Make local. Selected object. This sounds the most plausible thing. Make, oh no, library link data blocks. Yeah, because if you're importing an object from Blender file, when you make the change in that other Blender file, it's similar to the way you're duplicating here instance. So this is about that kind of relation. I think this is another Google moment. Blender full break. Be a keyword duplicates. Blender break duplicate relationship. How to unlink a linked duplicate. Unlink is the view unlink object. Oh, actually, this looks. I see. See, it actually says here view instance. So display. I think when we click this, there was one way to make this normal. I think I just cleared it. See, that does it. So let's undo and then see it again. So display number of users of this data. So it actually shows this cylinder data for this stem or the branch. It's the same as this. Two things are using. So by clicking this, we just made unique. Now this now comes with its own set of problems, but we'll figure those things out. I think what I should be doing this, all the this will straighten it up. This looks more or less. This is perhaps this might still be a bit too long. I think this is more like it. That's it. It's still not moving it according to this, but I think it's the best we can do. At least it's approaching its origin. It's the angle. I think I'll dissolve maybe another, or it'll be fine. Just if I have work-related things. Let's look at the general shape here. It kind of looks crooked here, but it may still regularity. That's actually good. But it's definitely too long. If it's going to be that long, at least it should start off here. If right click, use this. Shift S, this guy. And maybe a smaller one, shorter one. This is going to be Shift D, not Alt D. Right here, rotation around, rotation around, Shift S, and of course has to be more. Fix the whole proportion. I think here is where I'll go. Still seems way off. How could this be global? Actually, it is global. In the okay. Oh yeah, because this thing is actually sticking up. I think it is time to dissolve these edges. Let's rotate them a bit. Whatever that did. Rotate Z here. Looking way off. Let's position it this way. At least the base will be in there. The base is actually correct. This one is a bit off. It's fine. That's fine. This is also going to be in, perhaps a bit more. This is bugging. More like in there. It's looking awesome. From this angle, this growth pattern is okay, but that's not going to be our camera angle. Camera angle will be more like, I think that actually looks, here looks okay. Here we could have a bit of variation. I think this is short enough that it's like when you straighten it, they all kind of meet this tip. This one, you rotate it, it's going to, they are all going to kind of meet. I think that's how it works in nature anyway. Nothing really sticks out that much. It's kind of like a great balance. So now I have this one with the three things going on, and there's this. Actually, this one is missing something, right? This one had one more, because this one actually has four. Yeah, because this was similar to this one. So I'll have another. Let's do that from here. Shift D. This one maybe will look down. R this RZ. If I click Shift S7, you might be slightly sticking out. This Shift Z. Put there. Now you have to be shortened a bit more so that I think I'm going to be smart about it. What if we delete the vertices? These guys will be centered. That way we conserve the general shape and such. So we are going to have leaves here. And at some point we are going to have this save. A mental break. Mental break, bit of chocolate. Let's get going. What's the next course of action? I think I need to create another variety of this three branch with the four branch. It's like one main thing, three offshoots. This one has four offshoots, but the wrong. What is wrong about it? You might ask. This the origin points are all wrong. The tips have to be fixed. The base has extra geometry too. Plus, when you look from top, this actually has to be distributed evenly. So we'll duplicate this and spread it out. Um, I think what makes sense at this point is this. Delete all of you. It's interesting. Let's see, so it actually keeps the child. It's kind of an offshoot. Done, done. I'll keep this here as a reference, so at least I know my top, the cutoff point here. Now this thing, what I'll try to do is this. These three things should be doing, what was it? Control P, object. Now I think this is now parented. So it's perfect. So looking from top, honestly, looks so bizarre. Okay, this is the. Suddenly it seemed huge, but I think it's because of the orthographic camera. Let's duplicate this. Place. Linked. Rotation. Around Z. Same old problem. We rotated, sorry, duplicated. It does not duplicate, or it does not select the child, so I have to manually select it. Alt D. Place. Rotation Z. This. You know what? Forget about that. How about array modifier? So when you do the array modifier, of course you are actually with just this object can actually include the child object. The init setting here, fixed count, relative offset. But it always, okay. How about duplicate but rotate? Only moves it in distance wise. That will be another Google search. Under array rotator. Why do I remember that? Tutorials like this. Thing that is around an object. Object. That's it. I think that's when you create an empty object and it goes around it. Let's see. Hit this particle. Okay, set. Yeah, I remember watching. We will create an empty object, and that empty might actually be. I think it might just be here anyway. Because we'll kind of move them in and out anyway. It's actually fine. More or less the center. Maybe a bit more here. And then here, you just keep going back and forth. It's good enough. Okay, let's create an empty object. I think that is going to that. We'll delete this, I think, anyway. So for the array, here's an object selected here. Set. We still did not select the child. Another important question. Blender, no, Blender. With child. Array modifier on parent and all of its children. Create your parent object. Create one child. Copy the array from the parent to the child L. Next, take the child and add drivers to all of. Copy the driver. Holy crap. I think what we should do is select the child. Do Control L. Let's see. There's a smart way of doing it. They did. So Yeah, I'm actually doing that, but then it's screwing up the copy modifiers. Modifiers. You didn't actually do it. What is this? So select all this plus this. Do Control L modifiers. Now, when you do array modifier on this, what happens? Nothing. What's the fucking point? Sorry for my French. And now do the modifiers, and yeah, nothing happens. Did we did parent it to this? Okay, you do it, but and then oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So it actually copies the modifier with its own. That's not how it's supposed to be. So another solution is to join them. And do I really want to do that? If I join them, I think it was Control J, right? So so object offset is going to be around empty. We want to have what 6, and they said go to empty and change its rotation value around Z. Okay, let that be one thing. This is still our original thing. Relative offset. Something is happening, but I don't know. This distance x. I think we want to move this thing in there. I don't want to make 0.15. It's too much because we have 6. We want to do this under like 1 maybe, but then I move this down. This actually has to be moved down. Let's see. Problem though, see when I did this, it actually put the pivot here. See when I joined it, it kind of screwed up the possibility of. Can I unjoin this at some point? Is there even a thing like that? I don't think you can anymore. Live and learn. First of all, the pivot here is wrong, completely wrong. It actually picked an arbitrary pivot for itself. So select these vertices, Shift S to move the cursor to selected object mode, set origin to cursor. I want to move you in Z down here, okay? And hopefully also a little bit out. Now let's look at your get why this is in the reverse. Forget this, maybe do this. Also in the reverse. But actually what I like is the angles. You look they look good from the top. That's the distribution we were going for. Make this a bit maybe I can also do this a little bit. See, it's not. I don't think that's actually cool with this. Let's go for 8 or 7. 7 is a good. I think this looks really cool. There's a bit of emptiness here and there, but we are going to have dangling unripe tomato bits. Question though is, can we now freely move some of these things now? We can actually do apply modifier, right? And then that's going to break off the connection. Then we'll individually fix these things. Should I stretch my legs a bit? I've been sitting too long. Okay. Let's apply this modifier so we can distribute them or aligned with the stalk. I think we do that by hitting something here. I can't remember how, like, wasn't there a way to just hit and apply it? Okay, there. It's hidden now. Okay, this being the base point, now we have to, oh boy. Shit, this is all joint. Okay, undo, undo. Sure, but when I apply the modifier, but because I joined them, so yeah, they are not separate objects. That's the problem. This is a separate object at the top. Yeah. There is the unripe stem, which is this. And a bit of kind of screwed here. Nevertheless, I think I should apply it anyway. Now, maybe we'll try to separate parts here. Say this part. How can we separate this into its own object? This being a mesh, maybe separate selection. Now we have one object, subject. Now we have to separate all these bits. This has to be key selection, key selection. Beautiful. Key selection. Making sure I'm not selecting anything. Last but not least is this guy. This guy. Oh. Okay, tab out. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7 branches, and we use the array modifier to distribute them around the center, more or less, because it's an uneven shape. I will have to position them to their right location here. I think we'll do shift right click to select cursor, this guy. Selected shift S to move the selection to the cursor. Okay. The origin points. Why did they keep this as their origin points? After the duplication, I wish they actually kept their respective origin points. Now I have to. Was that even an option? Say. Let's say if we do this, there's nothing. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of doing this exercise, so that if the origin point was here, this would snap here. So now I have to do it 7 times, 6 times. This Shift S, this, set origin to cursor, done. Now set this cursor here only to do this. I will do it for this one. This, Shift S, move the cursor to selected, tab out object. To then you do shift right click here to move this pivot to this area. That didn't happen. This, oh sorry, not origin. Shift S, move cursor, the selection to the cursor, damn it. Let's investigate a different option to keep our sanity. What if we select this? We do Shift S. I think here definitely, most definitely, we want to move the cursor to selected. That's a given. But what if the cursor is here? Let's start this again. Die, zoom in. What if we had something like essentially what we were just using now? This is the same menu. You get to see here. Snap options. Force selection to something and for cursor to something. Same thing they used. Uh, snap to symmetry. Yeah. So this set origin is the when we set the origin to, let's see, I think I might be approaching this a little bit the wrong way. I mean, this is the most right way so far what I've been doing, but here's a bit of less precise way of doing it. Instead of doing edit mode, selecting 6 vertices to do this, to this, I think what we could do is this. So imagine your origin is here, your cursor is here, sorry. We just shift right click to move the origin here. Then we do this. Done. We don't need to be that precise. It's perfect in the center or not. Because good enough. Then we'll do this to do this. Now the origin will go to the 3D. Sorry. Okay, this is actually a snap option. Now we do the selected to cursor. I think I just figured this out. Awesome. We could also do it this way. Say, okay, this guy. Let's zoom in. Shift right click for the cursor. Object. Maybe I'll add this to my quick. This is going to be set origin. I think what Q. Um, quick favorites. How do we add to quick favorites? I think I did it the other day. I now blender it to quick. Oh, right click, yes. This right click. Oh, so you can't do this. It has to be one. What do we do? What do we use? We do the set origin to add that, and also use a lot of selection to cursor. So this Q selection to cursor. Oh, your origin is still not set. That's what I was doing in the shift right click this boy, not S. Q origin to 3D cursor. Awesome. This now Q now selection to cursor. That's always going to be a bit of a problem. We'll just move this a little bit freely. Just fine. Let's do it for this guy. Shift right click. Q origin to 3D cursor. Right click here. Q selection to cursor. Let's move you a little bit. Anything but Z. You are next. Shift right control. Shift right mouse. Q origin to 3D cursor. This Q selection to cursor. Then we'll move you this is the way. Done, done, done. This one is a bit off. Bit off. More done. And you were done originally. So now we have 7 branches. Looking from the top to this. Now we could probably pull something like this up. for this guy here. And then the leaves are just a little bit freely distributed. Some messages here and there on top. So should I go with the leaves first or the? I think this looks a lot more useful thing to do. This will also have some of the problems we have faced with the array modifier, the joining thing. If I join these things, I think I'm going to have to join them anyway. Let's do it. I don't think it's possible. Join. Did you do it? Of course you did not do it. Now you'll do it. Done it. And as usual, it moved. Let me see if I undo. Ah, what if? Select this and then. What if the last selected object is where the final pivot? Awesome. Now we don't have to do that silly work. Learning something new every day. Now where should this go? Let's go indeed. First of all, this should probably be somewhere here. Somewhere EZ. Somewhere like that. This looks like a good candidate. This Q selection to Q. Maybe a little bit more in there. Q. Of course, there's always going to be some kind of perspective errors. This is gonna be. See, this looks more like it. Then if you put leaves here, it's going to be just fine. Can we now do rotation? The array modifier. Let's save this bad boy. Array number 7. Maybe too much. I'll pay attention to that. We need to do 0. This has to be something like this. Object offset around empty. Probably too much. Can't remember the other number, but it doesn't matter because everything is. Also, I should have probably started at the top here or at the bottom and going down. Why don't I do that? Do it. Will I lose anything? I think I'll do it this way. Say, going to be going this way. I will move yourself Z. Let's delete GZ. Go down. Zoom in. Probably gonna have to rotate. Shift right click on here. This branch. View selection to rotate. Rotate around Z. This. GZ. On. G anything but Z. It here. That looks cool. Let's do the modify array. This is going to be T with this value being 7. Constant offset is going to be 0. Going to be going on. Oh, empty. This is when we have to do that rotation thing, right? Let's separate the, yeah, any one of them. Let's get them separated a bit more. This one will come here. This one is here. This is that. This is that. This may actually. Okay, I think this is more or less correct. We'll just do the rotation a little bit more. Q R Z. This. As okay as it can be because the values are all over the place. Use the array modifier. Now we got to do the separation. Still join. Let's do the separation. Go into edit mode. Is there anything I can do? Something. Separate these models by P by loose parts. Awesome. Don't need to do it one. I think I actually did what I wanted. Is correct. Yes. Whether it, the only thing it's lost is the child parent information because before these two were the child of this. That information has been lost, but I'm happy with this. This is already positioned well. Let's position. Going to be this. That's it. Again, the only problem though Origin is the problem. Still did not keep the origin. That's always a problem. I have to do the origin manually, I guess, again. Here comes origin. Shift right click. View origin to 3D cursor. Select all this. We are positioning this where exactly? Somewhere here. View selection to cursor. First, when you do this, it's actually parent relationship. This. You command Control P, object. All I want is this is nice. Okay. Let's do this. View selection to cursor, and we'll just wiggle this around. This. Are you sticking out a bit? You are sticking. You are still slightly sticking out, sir. You're not. You are sticking out. Let's bring you in. Doesn't have to be all the same anyway. Good. And we'll put the leaves here and there. That's the leaf that's gonna be duplicated. So this has to go somewhere, but let's do this top one first. I think I'll stick this right under here. So control, like shift, this. Finally this, control P. Is there anything here that I can use? Set the object's parenting. What if we choose keep transform? Really know what happens, but they have the same effect. Either way, this object's I think by keeping that, by choosing that option, it actually kept this as the pivot point, which is still not that good. So we have to do this work again. This can go here. To selection to cursor. Almost there. Almost there. Are you sticking out? You are sticking out. Don't stick out. Go in a bit. You are sticking out. This looks good. This looks decent. We've done 3 of these routes. I think the biggest mistake I'm making right now, I was originally going by duplicate, like linked duplicate objects, and I think I have kind of broken that promise, right? Because these are all dummy duplicates. The main goal is to reduce the number of vertices, which seem to be still high. Yeah, at some point I think I went overboard because I was going to keep the whole number of vertices under 2000, maybe 3000, but we've already passed 5000. Is it because this is something it has anything to do with? Yeah, maybe we did not have this many instances in the other. What is this? Unripe stem. See, it's actually not correctly labeled. No, no, it is actually, it's the unripe one, but the stem is wrong. It should be unripe tomato, I think. Maybe we'll cut off one or two here. Let's see. Because when we add the leaves, we'll still approach 9,000, I think. Because what's the difference between this one and this one? That's 13,000. 1, 2, 3, 6, 11, 13, 15, 19, 18. I have 21 here. Each one of these is 80. So having two more, that also comes with this geometry here too. 90 plus this, 132, 222, 440. Anyway, I think I found the next candidate. P dot inverse. Let's choose this. Split the different. Set the object's parenting word. Hit right click, view origin to cursor. Beautiful. This selection to position U. Z here. G shift Z. Okay. Now we do that. Yeah, we'll definitely do some more cleaning. So let's look at one of the loose bits here. This one looks a good candidate. I think this one is gonna go here. Let's control right click, shift right click. Sorry, you origin to 3D. Select this. To selection ticker. This looks a bit. I think this has to be a bit down, and then the help of this is going to shift plus this. LP object. Keep right click Q origin. The origin is kind of wrong. Okay, this is the origin. Q. That's it. Now you select yourself and yourself right. At some point, I'm gonna sign off. I think we have one loose root section here. Should theoretically go. Should go here. All done. I think for now, I'm going to select all this. And I'm going to move it here because I'm going to proceed with the leaves, see how the distribution and the number of leaves are needed. And I'll wiggle things around, and only after that I'll get the fruit if it's needed. If it's too much, maybe I'll drop one of these. Maybe some will actually have two, because when we add the leaves per leaf, we will have another 80, and I think at least 20. So that's 1600 more. So we are approaching 700, 7,000. Not much difference from the original. Kind of thinking, where did this go wrong? I think it did go wrong because I did too many of these. And then this is also too detailed too, maybe compared to the previous. I will definitely drop a few things. Gotta check the dinner station and update you. Stream schedule. push through a bit more. Stop, order food, and call it a night. Let's distribute the leaves. Luckily for the leaves, they are all duplicates, so we won't have this problem. We have to now figure out how to put these things around. I think that will be right click here. Q selection to cursor. We'll have to rotate it around Z. Beautiful looking leaf. Let's do this for now we do the Alt D. Somewhere here. You know, let's try to keep the rotation if possible. Where can this go rotation wise? Can definitely go here. Do Q selection to more or less. Actually, it's more like this. Which makes me think that with a detail like this, we can actually remove this one. Alt D yourself, selection to cursor, rotation Z. Yeah, let's do everything and then I'll just remove stuff because some of these things will block the view. Ooh, this is 2 pointing. Let's see, it's like a spear. So that is wrong anyway. More like this. They're still pinching though. That's more like it. We'll also adjust the size too, so the leaves at the bottom will look larger. So we need one more leaf. Alt D, move here. Q, cursor, rotation X, rotation Z. That's it. Beautiful. I think this is wrong. Why do we still see vertices 5100? We've been copying stuff, yet you still think it's the same number of vertices? That's just plain wrong. I'm going to close this file and open something wrong with it. Still 5,001. What is going on? How could it be 5,100? This like I just duplicated another one. The rotation for that is way off. It's looking. You might also be pinching, sir. Yeah, you are. You are. Blender stats sticks sees wrong. Great. Can we turn it on and off? Okay, let's look at the face number. 4,900. Nothing ever changes there. How many more can we do? Should probably go Okay, so dinner has to be taken care of. Going to stop here for the day. Uh, Next time we meet, if I'm not doing this in the meantime, I'm going to complete the leaf distribution, and we'll most likely duplicate this model to prepare for the ripe case. So then tomatoes will actually have some color. And maybe I'll get to the bottom of this number of species showing wrong. We'll see. So more on this later. Have a good night and weekend.